Hello, and welcome to today's dev stream, where we are back to having a Coppice dev stream. So the stuff in the top left still makes sense. So I will change that at some point, just to being a dev stream, something like that. So, how is everyone today? Hope you are all doing well. It is rather warm here. Currently about 26 degrees outside, and probably not that much cooler inside. Let's have a see what my computer roughly saying. Not too bad. So, but yeah, it is quite a toasty day today, and we are going to be doing some work on Coppice. Basically doing some bug fixing, which I wasn't planning on doing because I thought I'd caught most of the bugs, but I've discovered 2 yesterday and 1 more literally about 2 minutes ago. So we will be fixing those to become a bug fix release, which will get out. I mean, if we can get them fixed today, we may be able to get it out later this week. So we'll see about that. And then we also want to plan out the next big version of Coppice and get started on that, because that is all going to be focused on canvas stuff. So we're going to want to add a bunch of new functionality to the canvas and really expand what can go on there. So yes, that should be a lot of fun, just working out exactly what we want in that. And also seeing if I can break it up into smaller releases, because I've been planning on like 3 fairly big releases. You had the image pages, which was all at once, but I mean the canvas stuff is mostly going to be a lot of smaller things that may not be tied together. So it could be good to see if we can actually split those up into smaller releases and get the features out quicker. So yeah, we will do some planning later and maybe some design and who knows what. And then finally we will obviously get on to do some more work on this overlay, because, well, I want to do some work on the overlay, though that will mostly depend on the temperature in my office. I have a fan pointing at me. Unfortunately, it is pointing at my legs, because that is the only part of me I can call without it being picked up by the microphone. So, yay. Yay. If it gets too much hot, I may have to open the window. There's supposedly a breeze outside, so that may help ease things off a bit, but yeah. Anyway, let's go over to the stream room and actually get some work done. So I have Coppice open, where I am currently doing some bug hunting. So the bug hunting that I'm currently doing is, there are 3 bugs. The first is that images are not correctly scaling down when you're viewing them, which I don't know why that is broken, because I'm pretty sure I should have fixed that. Because I knew about that one before release, and then should have fixed it. But then I have an issue where sometimes when you are doing auto linking on an image, I don't know, it changes it into edit mode, but not properly. So I don't particularly get that. And then finally, I discovered if you press the delete key to delete a hotspot, it deletes the page from a canvas. Whoops. that should not be happening. So yeah, that's a big mistake. So we will get that fixed as well. So we'll be writing up tickets for those and trying to get them fixed. I'm seeing if we can get a release ready. I'll probably do the actual release off stream, possibly tomorrow night, maybe Wednesday, may even be Friday, but we will see. And yes, and then planning. Yay, planning. I always like planning new stuff. It's always the bit where you get to say, oh, I'm going to do all this cool stuff without actually having to have got stuck into how hard implementing all the cool stuff is. So anyway, let's get started. So what I am looking at here is I have this here where if I start changing the name, so that is fine. If I go in and I go to edit mode and I go back, then it goes into edit mode, but it doesn't do it all the time. And I can't figure out exactly why. Okay, so that has just got rid of that there. Oh, what happens if I do that and I do that? No, that stays in there. Is that this weird? That is curious. So what? I think the key thing here, well, let's write up these bugs. I do not have the Jira app on here, so I am going to have to go Atlassian.com. There we go, Coppice. Dashboard. I have to do this offline because, well, off screen because Then maybe user information in the... What I may need to start doing is, if there is user information, actually marking it in the title so I know not to that projects. Right, I can show this bit at least. That was actually released. And then I want to create 2 new versions, 2022.1.1. I don't know why the release date is in 1993. Well, let's set the release date as Wednesday. And then we want 22.2. And for this, I'm going to set a release date of the end of September. I believe doing it that way, make that the next version. Right, reload this. Right, so now we can create some issues. So, first one is image is not scaled big. Well, it's not scaled. Page editor. And a very large scale the side can version 2021.1. And at some point I will probably migrate from Jira over to linear Coppice, but for now I'm not really bothering with that. I still want to just try linear out a bit more. Next version 2020. Nope. 22.1. Issue. What's the next issue that we want? Image auto pages to edit mode. Text, change the page to other text. Page switches to edit mode, edit hotspot. That is all good. And then finally, this also affects canvas. Hitting delete. Oh. deleting hotspots while canvas deletes pages. Start deleting image page, select hotspot, hit delete. Hotspot, dead, delete, page, canvas. Okay, so we have our release there. So let's start having a look. If we have our editor, image, right. Now I need to remember how we switch between the modes. Oh. Okay, so if I go in here, that switches us to mode. Okay, and I'm going to switch back. That switches us to mode. I'm going to go here. So that hasn't done anything. Okay. Let's switch there. There. Okay. Yep. Yep. Interesting. So we're not even switching the mode. We're switching the view controller. Or our layout engine. So that is editable, but in mode it should not be editable. Not. Well, what is making it editable? Curious. Yeah, this is all based whether the layout engine is. So hey. Oh. That mode. The editor. We'll go in, switch the mode and the editor. Go back, switch the mode and the editor. Okay. Switch the mode and the editor. Mode and mode and the editor. That's all good. And then go back. Add that bug. Why is that so tiny? Oh, we're in view mode, we're in view mode. Yeah. Then go into hotspot mode. That's true. And we leave. Visible is false. True. False. Not even changing that to true. That. Okay. I will be right back in minutes. I just need out a ponder. Okay, I am back. So, also learned a trick while I was away. So, one thing that you used to be able to do was, if I take this memory address, if this was Objective-C, which technically it is, you can do this, and then you can do that image editor view mode 2. Well, we can do it as an NS view, sub view. F. That way. Then sub view. Ah. Curious. Oh, that's a view controller. Okay, so view controller, we can do view. Okay, and that gets us to view, and then we could do hot spot. And we could do this as, not sure image editor view mode view work because of Swift naming of things, but yes, so that's what. So, well, the point is you can use a memory address and get. Well, now Objective-C, it was fairly fine. You just cast the memory address. Can't do it quite that way in Swift, but I have just learned that you can do this. So, so if I select, I want that is, there we are, image editor hotspot. So that is what we actually want. I could do expression let, if I do $hotspot view equals, and then you can do an unsafe bit cast with the memory address to image editor hotspot view dot self. Third identifier. Oh. Type. But yeah, so the issue there, I believe, is it's parsing it as Objective-C. Okay, so if I do that, and then I think what I want to do is /L with. Okay. So let's, because there's a tip here for doing something forcing. So if I do and alias expression with is expression slash L. That. Right. So if I PO dollar hotspot. Hey, okay. So that works. But what would happen if I did PO slash L Swift dollar hotspot? I do command alias go. The expression slash L Swift slash O at go dollar hotspot. Voila. Okay, that's quite useful. So I want to do dollar hotspot view dot property. So it's so why is it rendering that? Allowing editing. Hi Kieran. How are you doing this afternoon? Handles. Blah, blah, blah. But if we're in the view, potential visible hub. Okay. Got map, and we're going to do got a visible. It's a hotspot. Doing alright. Got a coffee and do some reading before diving into ZBrush. Oh, nice. Have you done a lot of ZBrush stuff before? That's that's something that's probably a bit beyond me, because ZBrush is sculpting, isn't it, in 3D? And I'm not the best at sculpting in real life, so translating it to a computer is probably not going to make too much of a difference. I've tried sculpting in real life and I just can't get the hang of it. Like, I can do very simple things. The one thing that I can do very well is like fur. I can sculpt fur fairly well. And then some fairly basic bits and pieces. But other than that, I'm not a sculptor, so. But things are okay here. We are currently working through the bugs for a bug release for Coppice. So we're currently trying to work out why on earth we keep switching to edit mode sometimes. Which is something that should not be happening. Editor, rectangle, hotspot. Let's get the layout engine. Oh. Okay. Now, hear me out. Yeah. Why is a layout engine returning a bunch of stuff that does not belong to said layout engine? The layout engines should be the same. So. First to admit that the ZBrush has a wall of a learning curve. Relearn it's part of your post-hiatus skills recovery. I'm doing a stylist character while following a tutorial that demonstrates ZBrush, Blender and Substance Painting. You're getting into all the interesting things there. Right, so yeah, that's fair. A hotspot collection. Am I sharing a hotspot collection? I am. Going to here. Attention dot hotspots. Hotspots. So when I do this, 0 dot 12. Changes the layout. Why does it sometimes not? What if don't for each 0 dot layout in? No. That solve the problem? Now, so I have a curious idea. So, if I go here, I'd go like that, and I go like that, change that. That stays the same. However, what happens? I do that and do that. They're the same. It does. Now, what happens if I go in, go like this, move over the canvas, and move back? I'm 50-50 onto whether this will affect it, but I have a suspicion if I know what will elsewhere. That does. So, the reason that is happening is probably doing a layout of something, and that is messing stuff up here. Alright, so when do we actually set hotspots? Huh? Here. We're not clearing our image editor hotspots. So what about here? Again, we're not clearing out hotspot. Now that may or may not fix it, but it's something that we should be doing because do it. Set it up. Oh no, we're not setting. Why are we not setting? Oh, you did load. Bad. Let's try this now. So here. Huh? Okay. So if I'm there, go there, then move. Oh no, I need to be going here, switch to there, then move over, then switch back. There we go. wasn't correctly updated. I can move all over here. Which bit? And it works. Okay. So we weren't clearing out the subscribers, so even though these were not visible, they were actually updating, and because of the order of it, it meant that the second one, the hotspot mode view, was the one that was potentially updating first. Not always, but potentially. I mean, updating second, and if it was updating second, it was adding them to this layout engine, even though they were also in the other layout engine, and that effectively meant that they would basically pointed to a layout engine that says they're editable when they shouldn't be. So that one is fixed. So which it is? 410. Hey. I also want to check. Okay, so first bug squashed. And yet again, let's have a look at this. Why? Blue missing. That should not be that. Right. Yeah, they have that. Oh, okay. Let's assign that. What? Okay, and then let's find where B-Bug is. Go to the notes. What news under the note? Auto restart. Now Twitch. Why did you implement that? Clicking on the background to cancel without any sort of confirmation. Okay. Load. Right. So why can't I sign this? Ah. Assignment. Ah, there we go. Okay. There we go. So hopefully then I should be able to... No, that's not all. This is... There we go. I get my blue bug back. There we go. And I have just learnt something. I am now eligible for follower emotes. So I will be able to throw some more emotes up at some point, because I've got 5 more slots for follower emotes that you will be able to use just on this stream, so which is good, because I'm a bit of a way away from getting some more emotes. Right, so that one. Next up, let's do the deleting hotspots. So what this one is, try build and run. Temptation to get a second stream deck so I can have one dedicated for apps that switches when I switch apps, and then one dedicated for streaming is so high, but I know I do not need it. I just want it, and I already spent enough money on stream stuff. It's like very much first world problems. Oh, is one stream deck not enough for you? And I could probably solve it just by sticking a few stream things and all stuff, but it's like, it would be so handy because I have stuff set up for Xcode, for Photoshop, for Blender, for Affinity Designer, and I want to have the switch between these things of like switch between all the apps as I switch between them. But the problem is that then conflicts with me wanting to be able to have potentially the stream controls up for doing things. So I just have it where I have a page full of folders with apps on, and I have to go up and down and so on. So at some point in the future I may do, but I've already spent my convenience budget for the year on getting this Thunderbolt hub, so that I have a bunch of extra USB-A ports and like a front-facing audio port, so I don't have to reach around the back of my Mac Studio to plug my headphones in. And auto hotkey? I'm not sure what auto hotkey is. Right, the hotspots on the Canvas States page. So this one is if I go here, I set this hotspot and I press the delete key. Whoops, that should not be happening. Configurable macro key app. Uh, yes, but no. So, I mean, how I have my Stream Deck set up is it looks like this at the moment. I can probably get rid of this one, but I have this here, which is all my stream stuff. So, like, switching between various screens, showing, hiding the iPad, and various things. So the iPad is still broken. Oh no, that's showing up there now. So I should be able to show and hide the iPad properly. Okay, that bit's fixed at least. And then my stuff like locking controls and resetting the mic and stuff like that. And various other things doing stuff. But then I can go up and then, for example, I've got my Xcode ones where I can open my standard playground. I've got a bunch of Xcode plugin stuffs and then a bunch of just basic call the hotkey actions on here. And then like Blender, same again. Some of them are just called a single hotkey. Some of them like this are called multiple hotkeys, one after another. So I have all of this set up. So, but it's just like, I mean, what I'm effectively complaining about is that if I'm in Xcode, if I want to change something on the stream, I've got to tap the up button and then go in. And then if I want to switch back to Xcode, I've got to do that. Whereas I could set it up so that it automatically switches to these as I switch the apps. But the problem is then I don't have access to the stuff for the streaming, which I really want. Now I could potentially have a button. Is there a thing? I know you can actually on here switch profile. So there's a next profile. So you can go to one there. What would be great if there was a switch back? Like switch to another profile, because then I could have a button on all of them, which is switch to the streaming profile. And then a button on the streaming profile, which is switch back to what I was dealing with. But yeah, we will see. But yeah. I mean, some of these I've gone a bit overboard for, so I've created icons for all of these. Some of these icons are taken from an icon pack, but for Affinity Designer, I've created all these myself. I mean, those are just screenshots taking the icons from the app, but then I've got like all of these things here, and then I go into arrange, and I've got icons there. So these are all SF symbols things that I've taken for Affinity Designer. So I probably need to do something similar for Blender at some point. Right. So why is the delete key not being absorbed by this? Possibly. I'm using perform key equivalent here, and I don't think I am in the layout engine. Yep, key down and key up. So, can I switch that?
Smoke over the city soul pollutes our sons and daughters. Ooh. You can fall asleep on sheets of gold and wake up as a pauper. We all get old, we all slow down as the walls they close. We fall, we drown in our need.
Key code is.
I won't grow old with grace. I need some breathing space. I can't keep living straight. Oh, we ain't gonna linger and wallow when there's hard cash coming back. No way, I'll just sit here when I know that there's hard cash coming back. Hard cash. Don't want no easy money. Oh no. Money couldn't buy me happiness, just a prettier misery. There's a price to pay for a life of luxury. The air is thin, the glare, the smoke and the wear within. It tears,
Have to
choking.
layout
I need some breathing space.
key down.
I won't grow old with grace.
Got key.
I need
Got layout.
some breathing space.
Modifiers
I can't keep
are
living straight.
false.
We ain't gonna linger and wallow when there's hard cash
Got key down
coming
with
back.
vent.
No way,
Oh.
I'll just sit here when I know that there's hard cash coming back. Hard cash.
Good. Or heavy pay.
We ain't gonna linger and wallow when there's hard cash coming back. We ain't gonna linger and wallow when there's hard cash coming back. No way, I'll just sit here when I know that there's hard cash coming back. Hard cash. Don't want no easy money. Oh no. And now that we have all arrived, my friends, get in your cars and drive. And now that we have all arrived,
Okay.
get in your cars and drive.
Let's see if this fixes it.
Gonna drive our blues away.
It does not.
Another sunny day. Gonna drive our blues away. Just another sunny day.
Ah, yes, that is. So if I'll right now. And it shouldn't call super, which means that it should eat the event. There we go. Okay, so that one is fixed. That wasn't too difficult. I can delete that, and I can. So this is Coppice 411. Okay, so our last one is the image scaling. So, grab that and go to D&D, campaign, and I want my large world map. Because this here, that scales just fine. If I go here, that scales just fine. So why? That scale. It just... Ah. That definitely broke yesterday. Oh, it's in here. So that scale, this scroll, do much point at, but the hotspot doesn't scroll, and it should. Okay, that is not going to be a trivial. Actually, no, hotspot should scale. Isn't it? So if I do that, oh, really? That, and then if I go in, yeah, scale. So the question is, why does it not scale? Go there, click that, that should be scaling. Okay, so, got the hotspot view, got the image view, which should be scaling proportionally down. Image view scaling, scale proportionally up or down, scale proportionally down. Okay. I think we're gonna need to that. And then debugger. Why? Let's not scale proportional. Scaling proportional sizing. Okay, so the intrinsic content size. That's one. Okay. So it contains the aspect ratio. That. Compression resistance 5.1, so that should be scaling down. That is locking to those sizes, but it Hey Sinister, how are you doing? I'm doing pretty well, except being a bit confused by this book. Question, narrative variant. Okay, so it content compression turns priority to 1 or orientation 1. And then that's not letting us down. Hey. Pausing. curious. That works fine. So what is going differently? So we're maintaining the aspect ratio. We're doing that. So it can't be either of no. Not finished work on Streamline. That is just moving to the Wednesday streams. I'm effectively just like I gave myself technically until the end of June to try and get Streamline to a certain point before I needed to start on Coppice, but because I was ill for a week, I gave myself the extra week. And yeah, at this point I just have to start on the next version of Coppice, so I'll still be working on Streamline, but it is just Coppice for now. But I'm trying to work out what makes 0 sense. I mean, they're both effectively doing the same thing. They both effectively have the same constraint. They're both scaling proportion down up, so it has to be something in the constraints here. So we've got in progress indicator. So that and that. It's centered. Basically. Then you have your image view. So image view, push it down. So that one refuses first responder. I set that one. This one is editable. That should not affect it. What? Yeah, that's still telemetry. Okay. So let's have a look at sizing. They are pretty much the same. Anything? Well, there's the editable. But they are the same. So this has an editable placeholder. Have your segmented control, but that shouldn't be affected because all we're doing is centering it and making it there, and then the draw thing is attached there. in there. Let's see if the first responder thing fixes it. Nope. So the content compression resistance of so the imagery let's set that to 251. Not to 251. And build and roll and see what happens. So I mean it's working fine when you're in the canvas, but when we're in here. Okay, so now that's working fine. So, yeah, I guess it was just changing the content compression resistance. Not sure why. It worked with... It works... Oh no. Not in... Yeah, we're in edit mode. Back. So why it works? Oh, because those are auto, aren't they? You'll need a way to signify auto ones, but that's more of a improvement I probably want to do later this year. But yeah, that seems to have fixed that. Okay. Oh, that is Coppice 409. Fix image scanning hotspot. Bit mode. Right, at this point, I am going to branch this off into bug fix 2022.1.1. And switch back, because I'm going to do all the release stuff probably later. I may do that tonight, tomorrow night, whenever, and get it all prepped and work through that. But we have our bug fix. So what I am going to do, I am going to step away from the computer for 5 minutes to get a drink and cool down because it is rather toasty here, and then we will start working out what exactly we want to do for Coppice 2022.2, the next major version of Coppice. So I will see you all about 5 minutes once I've cooled down a bit. Okay, I'm back. And I've brought with me my thermostat from downstairs, because I am curious how warm it is exactly in my office. Downstairs it was showing there's about 20.9 degrees. And so far it's got close to 22 in my office, so we'll see how that goes, because it takes a while for it to go up over time. So I mean, despite how warm it's meant to be, it doesn't feel quite as warm as it has before. So I don't know if it's just because there's a very slight breeze, or just because I've decided to shut all the front windows and close all the front curtains, because that's where all of the heat's coming from. But yeah, so what we need to do is work out what on earth we're doing for the next version of Coppice. So the key thing for Coppice for the next version, or the next two versions, as I say, I'm not opposed to breaking this into multiple releases, is I would like to do some stuff around the canvas. So I want to be able to basically fix a few small shortcomings and some big shortcomings in how canvases work. So if you give me 1 second, I need to look something up, and it's something that again may have user data, so I may need to be careful. Coppice. Documentation. Okay, I cannot see anything. So this is my list full of, well, things that I want to do. So various like exporting things, editor improvements, crop and rotate we can get rid of. Linking, get the image linking. So for canvases, canvas folders, probably not for this release. More canvas zoom options. So at the moment you can zoom to 75, 50 or 25. We may want to look at that. Drawing on the canvas, that is... See, I don't want to do that right now because I think that's going to be a fairly big thing, and that's something more that I want to do when I can also do it on the iPad. So, notes is definitely something that we could look at. So you have your pages, but then you can add little sticky notes that can be attached to a page or attached to an arrow, and as you move the page around, the notes move around and you can show and hide them. Canvas theming, again, I want to hold off on that, but a lot of the key things are in branching. So highlighting links when hovering over an arrow. So what I want to do is like this arrow here, we know it goes from this page to this page, but which link does it go through? So when you hover over it, I want to highlight the link in the page. Highlighting arrows when hovering over links. So the inverse, when I hover over a link in a page, it should highlight the arrow that's going out. Improving page opening positions. There's a bit of logic that I probably want to fix. Oh, sorry. I forgot about. So yeah, when you have an arrow, you can see that the arrow is pointing to the page, and it's pointing from this page. So we know it's going to this page, but where's it coming from? And this, you can probably guess that it's coming from pages because of the title, but the title doesn't always match up. So I want it when you hover over an arrow, it will highlight the link that it's coming from, and when you hover over a link, it will highlight the arrow going to the page. Improving page opening positions is something I want to do. It's something I looked into, I believe. Did I? Anti-page tab performance bottleneck. Update image inspect design. That is all for 2021. Stuff I did earlier. I definitely did some stuff in it, but I remember abandoning it, but I can't remember whether I did a simpler version. Let me check on my iPad and see if I have some sketches somewhere. Yes. So I had that going to go? No, it is not. Still don't know why that is not working correctly. But we have all our stuff here that we're going to look into about how we actually fix this. Now, I believe one thing that we did fix is that if you open it does scroll. So that is the thing that we did fix. But the actual algorithm for where we place things, we didn't. So that might be something to look into again and see how we can improve that. So I'd probably put that as a maybe. Double click on the link to jump to the page on the canvas. Well, I mean, that already happens now, so we can actually get rid of that because that's just a single click. And this is another key thing. Informal branches. So with Coppice, you have a page, and if you want to, you've got a page there and the page there, but sometimes you want an arrow going from here to here as well. So what I'm thinking with informal branches is you'll be able to drag an arrow from there to there and link two pages together, but it's not actually necessarily creating a link. The other thing is you have a page that you are not linking to, like it's just a root page. So I go here and I create a new page and I want to link to that page. I want to be able to basically go from here and essentially do what you can do in Interface Builder, where you can click here and drag onto something to create a link. So what I want to be able to do is you can go here and basically let's say maybe tweak it so that the context menu only appears on mouse up, so that you can right click drag and it will start dragging an arrow out and you can link to a page. And if it is a page that you haven't, you can basically, if it's a page you haven't linked to, it will link to it. If it is a page you've already linked to, it will do nothing. Unless it's a different link. Yeah. But say if you linked to this page, it would automatically be an informed page. So is there a reason why? Now there are things to think about here, such as if I drag from there and close that and reopen, then is it going to save it? And the other thing is I could drag from there to there, and that would change that from being a root page. And I need to double check whether I'm storing all of the links on the root page. think I have a lot of stuff that may not actually even be in the backlog. Let's have a look. Reopen. Oh no, I don't. Okay, so pinned pages would also be useful because you could pin your root pages. So definitely those three. And then inform branch. So this is all stuff about branches. So right, let's have a look at canvas. So we've got closed page hierarchy. So we open from linked from a page, we get from the source page, and we open the page ID. Otherwise we open that. When we go for the hierarchy, we open the hierarchy, and the page hierarchy gives us the ID, the page, ID, frame, and then a bunch of children. So we create the ID for the canvas page, so we're opening the actual canvas page and basically restoring its identity. Frame, canvas, source page. Right, so the question is, let's say I have this page and I want a page to go to page, because this is something that a lot of people have asked for. You can do one to many. So you've got page, you've got links, this one can go to many, and then you can have one going there. You cannot have this linking to pages here. And the question is, why not? Now the initial idea is that, well, you're going to want to be able to open it and have things open normally. But a lot of people have wanted it where like a page is a singular thing. It does not open multiple times, because if I, for example, this here, I link this to pages, and then I click, it opens there, and what some people want is when you click pages, it creates a link from there to the existing one that's open. So that would give you many to many. Now you would get some complexities there where for example, if I close links, that closes pages. If you have multiple going in, we probably only want to close that if the last thing is gone, which we can do. So now, canvas page has a parent and has children. So this is where we're going to have to change things. Where you got the parent-child relationship, and what we're probably going to want is to create a new concept of... we're going to basically want to make the links into a concrete entity. At least in terms of a canvas, so you've got a canvas link, because then we can just have an arbitrary thing of it is a link between this canvas page and this canvas page. Then we can define whether it is... I mean, you don't even need the informal links then. Because then you're just linking the pages together. You're linking some aspect of this to something on here. There is the concept of linking just a page to a page, and not something within the page to a page, but that is more the informal thing, and that is... Oh! Avos! Welcome! Welcome everyone to the stream. How are you all? How was your stream? Hope you are all doing well. Welcome to the spaceship, which currently has no ceiling. Let's... Nope, wrong buttons. Nope. Hey, ever since it upgraded Stream Deck, it does not seem to be working. How was your stream, Avos? Hopefully you had a good and productive stream. So, welcome to the spaceship. Hope everyone is doing okay. I am Pilkey. I am a Mac and occasionally iOS developer. And at the moment we are currently working on planning the next version of my Mac app, Coppice. We have just literally gone through some bug fixing. That will be a bug fix release coming out soon. And then we are going to be working on, well, whatever new features we decide on. We're going to be focusing on some stuff to do with canvases in Coppice, which are how you can drag lots of different bits of content on and, well, essentially link them together. And it's that linking that we're currently working on. So, how is everyone? Hope you are all doing pretty well, and welcome again to my spaceship, where we have, well, it's a bit sparse at the moment, but we're working on that. We will slowly get things hooked up, especially this console here. I have just finished modelling some improvements to it, so they should hopefully appear a bit later when we switch over to sprucing a few things up on here. And this is just my little realm where I do my coding. So if we head back over here, this is my coding room, where I can essentially do, well, whatever I want, though primarily it is Swift coding. So, welcome everyone to the stream, and this is my home, so welcome in. Hopefully eventually there will be something more interesting happening when the raid happens, but yeah, it's taking a while to get all this put together. So what we are currently trying to work out is with Coppice, you have a canvas here, and you can link between things. And one key thing that has been in since the first version of Coppice is if I link from one page to another, and this to a page called Pages, it creates a new page. And if I have a link here that also happens to go to Pages, it creates a new instance of it, which is a very useful thing, but some people want it to link to an existing instance. So I'm going to potentially, for the next version, work on this. Get it so that you can link, and so that if you drag a page out, like for example, if I, add page, and just add Pages. So it's there. I should be able to select some text, and basically just as you can in, for example, Interface Builder, where you drag a connection, you should be able to drag a connection from here to a page and it creates a link for you. So basically just trying to make these canvases a lot more useful. So we're going to be working through that. So how did everyone enjoy Ava's stream? Did you get up to much? And Sinister, yes, the ceiling. What I'm thinking is I'm going to model a roof. Well, a glass roof. So it can be an observation thing. So basically bring the wall down a bit and just make it a nice view up in the sky so that everyone can see what is going on. But yeah, if you yeah, sorry about the lack of oxygen to everyone in chat. I mean, it's not that big of a deal to a robot, but I know some humans out there do require it, and various other species of animal. So, but I mean, if you hold your breath, your face will turn blue, like mine. I've been holding my breath ever since I was created, and this is what happened to my face. So, if we take a look through this, I think what we're going to do, let's mark out what exactly we are going to be doing of these. So, informal branches, going to get rid. In fact, I'm going to put a note on here. I'm going to do a strike through on this and put a note. This can be handled by drawing on canvas, because when I get to the point where you'll be able to draw stuff on the actual canvas, which could be drawing with like an Apple Pencil or just putting stuff on, I think that will handle the whole informal arrow thing. Like, you'll be able to draw an arrow on the canvas between these. It won't be like a proper link, so I think we'll just focus on proper links for now and leave all of the other stuff to drawing, because then it just becomes a lot more flexible at that point. So we're going to improve page opening, the highlighting here, multiple multiple parents / single instance of page. So what I can imagine is you'll be able to customize this, maybe per canvas, maybe throughout the app, to have it where you can decide, okay, I want to default to linking to a page if it already exists. It does get a little more complex if, for example, I am linked here. if I close this, and I close that, and I click here, should it open a page here, even though the page is not yet open, and link to that? My gut says yes. And then there's the issue of, if you do want it to link to an existing one, what if you do have multiple instances? Which do you link to? I would probably say you would link to the closest, unless you explicitly choose one, which is where the dragging happens. So that should work pretty well. So yes, so we want that, we want that. Part of me is thinking about pinned pages. So pinned pages will be very useful so that when you scroll off, or rather, a good example is when I am doing my D&D game, and I'm using Coppice, I have a progress note, which is the user, like the character's progress, and I want to have that up all the time. So that would be useful if I could, for example, put that there, pin it, and when I scroll, rather than this scrolling down, it is locked to the viewport. So I can scroll around and this basically floats above. That would work. Some other things that I want to do at some point in the future is, for example, allow you to open up multiple views, a bit like with Xcode, where I can have views here, views there. So you could have a canvas editor next to a page editor, or 2 page editors, or even 2 canvas. I mean, I suppose 2 canvas editors doesn't work quite as well, but... And then there are things like linking to canvases could be a cool thing, but for that I want to be able to get to a point where, rather than showing basic links like this, it'd be a lot more custom designed, have a custom appearance, so that you could have an icon on that would say, for example, this would link to a text page, I'll tell you it's linking to an image page, or linking to a canvas, or so you can see what sort of link it is in line. But I think those are for another day. I think to keep this focused and keep it as small as possible, we are going to work on these bits and pieces. So I'm going to take another very short break because I have drunk through my glass of water. In fact, how warm is it in here now that this is testing? 25.8 degrees in my office. So yeah, that is why I'm drinking. So I'm going to take a very, very quick break just to fill up a glass of water. And when I get back, we'll just get these things into Jira and then just start planning out exactly what we need to do to implement these. And I think once the planning is over, as that is what I wanted to do today, we may just spend a bit longer working on the overlay. So, yep, I will see you all in probably 1 minute. Okay, fresh glass of water required. I've also splashed some water on my face, which should help me cool down a bit. Right, so we want to get these into Jira. Right, create. New feature. These are all going to be the canvas page opening algorithm. Choose when there are pages. Perfect them out. Probably zoom in a bit so you can see a bit better. Try to improve. How to improve how pages are added to a canvas. Fix version 2022.2. Don't have labels. So that's the first one. Highlight arrows and hovering over canvas. When hovering over a link on a page, highlight any arrows in page that match. And then the inverse, highlight links on page when hovering over arrow. Over an arrow. Highlight any links on the page that match the arrow. And then finally, probably want to split this into two. So allow, well, no, there's going to be several here. Allow canvas pages to have multiple parents. Enable single instances of pages to allow canvas pages support multiple parents. So that you can have multiple pages all linking in and effectively multiple inheritance, but it's not inheritance. You need to allow canvas pages to support multiple parents. Update the model and provide a migration. And because we are going to have to block this off, so when you do switch to using this version, your projects are going to be upgraded. I mean, we could do it where the question is, do I just block it off or do I allow opening older versions and saving older versions but don't have the features? I mean, it's a free update for everyone, and it's going to support 10.15. This is going to be the last release that still supports macOS 10.15, so it's as good a time as any to do that, because anyone who can run any previous version of Coppice can do it. So yeah, I think just a migration mechanism. Update the model and provide a migration mechanism. Single instance link opening. Allow. Allow users to open links on canvases which rather than opening a new canvas page, link to the closest existing canvas page. This should open any attempt to open any closed hierarchies if page exists on. This should be a toggle when opening by a modifier key. And I think it would make sense for this multiple parents thing to be a pro feature. So, if you're using the free version of Coppice, it works as it does now. One page can open multiple things, but if you want something to be able to link multiple pages, you have to use this, and we'll make the right-click drag to create links also a pro feature. But highlighting links and improved page opening, they'll be part of the free version, and I think that works out pretty well. So this should be a toggle when opening a link via a modifier key. Closing a closing the parent of such a page should only close the page if closing a parent if it was the last parent. Next up, allow configuring single page multi-page as default in press. So this is going to be Canvas, Pro, and Preferences. Allow the user to choose whether to default to single or multi-page mode and opening. I'm probably going to have to figure out a better way of wording exactly how that works, but that's more marketing stuff. So allow the user to choose whether to default when opening links. The modifier key should always on default. This should be configurable per app and per canvas. Now I'm not sure how useful the per canvas one will be, but we have per canvas support for changing the theme and so on, so I think it is useful because some cases you do want multiple things opening, some you don't. But I think most people would just use the per app version. And then finally, drag linking. So this is on your pages. Allow the user to drag linking canvas, because I've just had an idea. Allow the user to drag to select some text / a hotspot on a page and I'm probably going to say right click / control drag. I mean, this is then do that is, and let's do some modifier drag to an existing page on a canvas. Create a link to that page. Arrow. So, why did I put canvas there? Because drag linking page editor. Get rid of that. Image text editor. Allow user to select text / image hotspot and modifier drag from any page editor, all sized are on canvas, to a page in the sidebar to create a link to it. And this one won't open a page. This won't open a page. So what that basically means is, like I was saying, if you had, for example, this, and I selected that, and I have a shift click to shift control click, whatever I do to there, it will create a link. But I should also be able to go here and drag to the sidebar, but also be able to do it from here and select something and just drag it on to something on the sidebar, and it would automatically link to it. So I think that would be quite a cool thing to do. And then really I need a way to add my standard things. So these are going to be tasks, which is update manual. Should be help. Set the manual to do. Document. Because Coppice actually has a fairly extensive manual. Document. Page linking improvements. Drag linking pages. Hovering over / goes to highlight and single / multi-page. Date what's new page. self-explanatory. And the other one, I usually sample document. Update sample document with new info on canvas and linking. Now, let's have a look through and see, are there any other small improvements we can make? Validate on macOS 13. Yeah, everything works correctly on macOS 13. I don't think there's anything new to adopt on macOS 13, is there? Apple.com, Mac, Monterey. Sure. What is new? Mail, don't care about that. Spotlight, don't care about that. Spotlight quick actions, nope. New search design, nope. Safari and passkey. Possibly, but not now. That will be the version after this. When I this version after this is going to be a few small improvements and primarily focusing on bringing Coppice to the Mac App Store. And as part of that, I need to do stuff like add account deletion, because when you subscribe with Pro, you want to be able to do that. I also want to make a lot of this easier so that maybe you don't have to necessarily sign into an account. Like, you can create an account afterwards, and that allows you to link it and get better support or whatever, get more I mean, stuff like I want to be able to have it when you create an account. It will basically give you the option of a free trial of Coppice Pro just by creating an account. Or if you don't want to create an account, make it a lot easier to like buy and remove the friction there, and also potentially look at stuff like passkeys, and is that something that I could adopt myself and make that whole login system easier and more secure. So messages, share play, collaboration, no. Photos, no. Stage manager, I mean, I'm not even going to use that myself and it should just work. FaceTime, don't care. Continuity camera, don't have a need for that. Center stage, no. Game stuff, don't care about. Freeform, don't care about. System settings, don't care about. See. I mean, one thing that would be nice to implement at some point is they've got a bunch of cool improvements to the color wheel, which finally adds some stuff. So it would be nice to get rid of that, but I think I'd have to drop support for Big Sur and Monterey on top of Catalina and just go 13 plus to do that. So we will see. I mean, it is a question of when I bring Coppice to the Mac App Store, at the very least I'm going to make it macOS Ventura Plus because of StoreKit 2. That lets me use StoreKit 2. So it will be that release outside of the App Store, it will be Big Sur and above, but then it will be Ventura and above, not Ventura, Monterey and above on the App Store. But there is a question of whether I do limit it to Ventura and above. I don't think there is a reason to. The only reason I'm limiting it to Monterey and above is StoreKit 2. So see. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think any of this is of much use. I mean, really, Big Sur added so much new stuff. And Monterey and Ventura haven't really added that much in terms of like new Mac stuff for developers. So it's just a case of validating things work. But yeah, I think I'll leave stuff like passkeys and stuff for the next week, because that, funnily enough, is probably going to be a lot more working in PHP and HTML and all stuff like that. So, and that I will have to be very careful with, because a lot of that is stuff for my backend, which I need to make sure I'm not sharing private keys and not sharing. And I think private keys should be fine, because the private keys I have should be test keys. But it's like making sure that I do not share user data. That is the vital one. That's one that I absolutely must not show. So I'll need to work out how exactly I work with that. But yes, so I think that is everything we will need. So if I discard that issue, yeah, I think that should all work. So yeah, let us now move on to some fun in Unity and working on the overlay. So let's quit that. Close that. Close that. And let's launch Unity. Well, I say Unity, we're actually going to be spending time in Blender. Because I want to finish off the console that I have been building. So I've tweaked things a bit. Since I don't think you've actually seen some of the things that I've tweaked. So I have added a few bits and pieces here. So this is the bridge console. One thing I did yesterday was I basically made all of these blocks here into single meshes rather than using multiple meshes. I've also hidden, as we've got quite a few people, hidden some stuff in here, so you'll notice that this is 2 rows of 8 keys. Now, I run a small software company called M Cubed Software. M Cubed as in M to the power 3. So it just so happens that this is the ASCII code for M, and this is the ASCII code for 3. So it's just hidden in there, M3. So yeah, this is basically just laying out some details that will go in the overlay on the console. So we have all your basic piloting controls, some communication, some engineering and like weapons controls and stuff, and then just some shelves to stick bits and pieces on. So, that's just ignore that. So what we want to do now is to actually do some texturing. So I need to work out. some colours. So for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's going to be 7 displays. So what I'm going to do is create a texture map for this, and most of these are just going to basically use the textures. I'm going to basically tweak things so that you get a few like buttons of different colours and so on. But what I want to do is also have all these screens display something. So for those, I think they're going to have to be on. They're either going to have to be on the same atlas, like texture map, or I'm going to have to create planes. Stick them on. I deleted the planes, so. But yeah, let's. Alright, I mean, I think the first thing I want to do is editing. Select that, and we can get rid of this here. And we've got a console, and let's that up a bit. I stick some global lighting on. Is there not an ambient light? Blender, or do I have to actually add a light? Because when we're adding a light is it then comes into Unity, so I've got to remember to delete it. Oh, there we are. Oh, that's it. No, it is. Lightening that up. So if I put that to white and just down to 1. There we are. That's giving us some sense of things. Right. So, what colours do I want? Let's just create a Photoshop document. And let's do... probably get away with 512 by 512. So, what I want... Probably want... let's see. Probably want to black, and then a red. Like black, red, probably sort of a grey for like a silverish, and then maybe these could be maybe just like blue, green, red. Yeah, let's just do blue, green, red, yellow. And then we want a black and a grey. So the reason I'm doing this rather than just creating separate materials is simply because things are meshes, so we want to actually do this. Guys, because we should be able to actually change this. So let's just go down to scale. That's 10. That's red. Red. That's probably a bit dark. That looks alright. Something just a bit pastel. And then we want a yellow. I think that looks decent mix. Wrong thing. And then we want a black and a grey. And then what I may do is just increase this so these are 1 to 8. Just it makes things a bit easier in Blender at that point. So we just want a very dark grey. And then a very pale grey to work as a metallic. Probably wants to be paler still. Because we're not doing an actual metallic. But yeah, so if I select that and nearest neighbour, yeah, 200. Come on, 5. Because then we can always tweak these later. Because if I do this as a colour palette for all of these stuff, in fact, I can actually show you something. I was doodling around. This is not going to actually be used, but it gives a sense of something I could potentially do for the walls. What I would like to do is make things have almost like a painted effect on the walls, rather than just being solid blocks of colours. So I was playing around with this. So if you zoom in, it's basically just painting over and then just doing like panels and shadow lines, and then I should be able to maybe even do like bump maps to actually make this look a bit more 3D in the engine. I mean, I've not really done with textures, but I think having sort of a painted effect on the walls could be something fun to try. It may work, it may not, but with all this texture and stuff, it's just, I want to just give it a go. So it may be that these colours that I have are solid now. Maybe I'll just give them a bit of texture at some point. And we'll see. So, yeah, Alright, so we will save this, export it, and it needs to go, desktop, base texture. We'll call this bridge controls. Actually, we could probably shove that in. 3D overlay textures. There. And then what we want to do is the editing. And I want to drag this in. So now what I should be able to do is, for example, like that. And now this is where I cannot remember how to do certain. I select that. Alright, let's hide the actual console. What I want to do is edit it and select that, that. And then probably each of these. And then UV mark theme. Then I should be able to select all and unwrap. Ooh. Alright, what is... Oh, those are sides, that there. Those, I'm going to have that there. I see what we need to do. Oh, we need to do select that, that, and also these. Oh, not that one. And mark those as seams as well. And if I select and wrap, that looks better. So that we'll just leave white for now. There. And then the rest go down. Oh, we haven't got material, do we? Or do we need the material if we're UV wrapping? I can't remember. I do, okay. Create material. Oh yeah, because we need that into there, and the colour goes to the base colour, and then we can do the UV editing, which makes it look like that. No, it's okay, Kieran. I've remembered. I remembered. You've got to do the nodes stuff. So what I can do is on there. I'll rename this material to controls map, and I'm just going to set this on all of these. We can get rid of that. Wish there was a way to select multiple things and apply to all of them rather than just to one. Like, is there an actual add material to multiple objects blender at once? I don't care about reuse. Select multiple. Like, you can select all of this. Well, it's not applying it to multiple faces, it's wanting to apply it to multiple objects that I'm having the issue with. Like, I want to select all of these. Probably not the speakers, but edge definitely. And then basically link the material to all of them at once, rather than just the active one. Because if I do this now, that's just applied it to the comm string. we need a separate material for that. But this I'm just going to hide for now. Yeah, there is probably an add-on, but this is make it a nice big beefy one. Okay, so that do. So you'll see that all the colours are getting applied rather weirdly because we've not correctly unwrapped the. But we will do that in just a second. Okay, so let's UV unwrap this. In fact, we'll go into layout, go here. Is there preference? I want add-ons. I want key map. Arc theme and E in V editor. Okay. So I want. That is there. Okay, so what I no, it's all right if you want to like if you've got a link, feel free to post it in the chat. Right, I wonder if I mark a seam there, and I mark seams here. Is this going to split it into two things? That would be most useful for me. theme. And if I UV unwrap, B. App. Okay, what? I can definitely. Collection. Thanks for the tutorial. I'll take a look at that. But why is do that UV clear seam UV that. Okay. So if I select that, and then I want to select each of these. I basically want to split it almost into two things, but is it smart enough to do that? UV. Oh, how about UV? No. I guess not. Oh, I didn't. Mark C, and B of that. There we are. That was smart enough. So, well, this is the bottom. So I want to. I want to start that, scale that down, put that in the black. Okay. So I need to do the same for these. So if I select both of those, that. Go there and that. Let's make this one yellow. And here. That. Scale it down. Make it blue. There we go. So for this, what I want to do is let's select that, and select that, and that should mark seam, UV unwrap. So this, I want to select that, go it down, just shift it up to there. And this, but so that is going to be black, grey, red. There we go. So we're slowly getting there. So for that, how do we want to UV unwrap? I mean, really, we are probably going to need to put planes in here, so really I can just select that, select all, scale down, and go in there. Down, go in there. Do that for that as well. And same for these. Now we can down to be black. Right, let's do the rest of all of these. I think I've worked out a way of doing it. We just want to do a seam along there, seam along there. Probably a seam along there, just to make that work. But if we do it like that, and we UV unwrap, that gives us these. Where Oh, that is black. That is red. That is also black. That is just 3 seams then. Oh, those 2. All that.
Distant silhouettes at the horizon. Sing a still duet, affections tighten. Kindred ribbons spring us from our tether. Rivers drifting vivid and together. Stay by my side. Soft songs in harmony. Stay by my side. Companions kind now, you and
Okay, and do these. So these buttons are slowly coming along. So, what are people's plans for the rest of the day? Are you up to much? Are you just trying to stay cool and out of the sun? Okay, to work out is split. Oh. Ah. That looks a bit better. Okay. This face. Right. Back. You're going to be making some Nando-style chicken and mash in a little while. Moment you're in Blendo. I think, for me, food-wise, I'm going to go for a probably a Caesar salad. Chicken and Caesar salad. And then for the evening, I'm actually not sure what I'm going to do for the evening. I may do some either gaming, or depending on how warm it is downstairs and how much heat my gaming PC decides to put out, I may just end up deciding to do some miniature painting for the first time in months. What armies do I collect? So... In I played Warhammer, Age of Sigmar and 40k, though I haven't actually played in a few years, like since before the pandemic. I still feel a bit iffy about going into a shop packed with people and playing. But I also haven't painted for a while because I was having some problems with my neck where it was painting was exacerbating it. But yeah, I might have a go. I collect for Age of Sigmar, Sylvaneth, which is pretty much painted. Technically, Cities of Sigmar, but that's mostly because I have a bunch of fancy stuff that doesn't fit in anything else, so that fits in there. And the Caradon Overlords are Sky Dwarves, as I call them. And then for 40k, I have Space Marines, a mixture of Raven Guard and White Scars. I have Thousand Suns, which again are pretty much completely painted. Orcs, and my main army, Tau. And I have a very, very strict rule that I can only have 4 armies per game system, which I am going to break because the Space Dwarves, the Scots, are coming back, so I am getting those. And I'm breaking my rule and getting another army simply because they look way too good. Like I've managed to hold the line when Gene Steel Cults came out. No, I'm gonna hold. I'm being good. And then Sisters of Battle came out. No, I'm being good. And then they're bringing out the can't remember the official name for them, but Space Dwarves. And oh, I have to get them. Right. All that needs to be black except for heat. Which I can mark seam on. And then select all on and unwrap on. Ugh. Let's mark a seam along that line. All that. That looks better. See, this is the problem. When I started getting disposable income, it stopped being a shame box. It is a shame, well, at this point, a shame room. I have shelves full of unpainted minis. I mean, put it this way, let me just hide this so that I can open up numbers without... And you're going to have to bear in mind that this is out of date. I'm probably going to need to update this. I have a spreadsheet to keep track. So I have standard dwarves, which are for Sigmar, which are part of my Cities of Sigmar, along with some wanderers. This is my Caradon Overlords, where I just need to finish painting some boats. Some Gloomspite Gits that I managed to get as part of a thing. Sylvaneth, I've literally just got a Wildwood to paint up, though they have just released a bunch of new models. Blackstone Fortress, I've got stuff to do. 30k Imperial Fist, which I got and then haven't painted most of them because my game club was sort of doing a play over time thing, and then that sort of fell apart. But I've got a bunch of that to paint. My Orcs, Thousand Suns are almost done. Just got some Zangos, which are awful models. Magnus, who I actually started painting, and then some Exalted Sorcerers. White Scars are mostly built but need painting. The Raven Guard I've done quite a lot of painting on. And then my Tau. My lots and lots of Tau. My Tau where I have, for example, 4 Ethereals because I've collected some of the rare ones. I have all like the Crew Tox and stuff. I don't have a Crute Shaper, though there are some new Crute models coming out, which I'm excited at. This is how bad I have been in terms of not actually getting stuff recently. I've been very good in not getting stuff. I haven't got any of the new Tau stuff yet. I think it was on... Well, I say I haven't got any of it. I've picked up the Pathfinder upgrades as part of a kill team, but I haven't got the new Darkstrider yet. But I do have lots and lots of Forge World stuff. So I have lots of things such as the technical drones, which no longer have rules. And the XV9s, which I'm not sure whether they have rules. Some of these special Piranhas, the special Riptides, Tetras, which I'm pretty sure still have rules. Some of the heavy drones, the Barracudas, Tiger Sharks. I have an Orca, which is partly painted. And of course I have the Taunar, which is the biggest one, which is Forge World. Taunar, one of the kits that is so big that you buy the body and the arms and the weapons that go on top separately. No, the Orca it's still fairly big, but this is the Orca. What you're thinking of probably is the ridiculous one, which is completely impractical and costs a ridiculous amount. The Manta. The model's so big that you get an army included in it as just secondary things. Like, you basically get a full army worth of stuff inside of it, but this kit is... if I ever wanted to play the rules for this, I would probably scratch build one and use like balsa wood and stuff, because this is just solid resin and it is ridiculously heavy, and the sculpt isn't meant to be that great, so... I'm sure people do rock up to tournaments with that. Right, I can actually... don't need to unwrap these because these are all separate. That. And this I do. I want to do this slightly differently. So UV unwrap. That gives me okay, so these want to make that colour. Hi Uli, thanks for resubscribing. Yeah, we're just slowly getting all this stuff hooked up. If I bring the that console back, we're starting to look fairly good. We've just got a lot of these over buttons to deal with. I was working on Coppice earlier, so right. So what I want to do here is put these buttons. If I mark on those and then select all and unwrap, it's going to be a mess. Actually, I can fix the mess slightly. Yeah. Button down. So this is going to be black. And let's see. A lot of these white. Green. Blue. Button arrangement reminds you of the generator puzzle in Myst. So that was a fun one. Right, let's do the same thing here. So I want to select buttons. And then we're also going to select corners. Arc seam. That's all UV unwrap. And then that Trail down. Shovel there. Okay, we're slowly getting places. So what we want to now do with this is select all around here. Right, let's mark seam, select all, and UV on that. Not really, the Mac never stopped being cool. Right, that's that one done. Now for the big one. Right. Nope. Go on. What? That. That. Now we want. And not technically, which just makes it a bit. Don't. Arc seam, select all, UV unwrap. Let's look. That. You know what? I might get rid of the yellow. So yeah, that, and that one. So I think, oh, that, that I'm going to do with a different, I suppose I can use this texture map. I need to do is that. Oh, that. Right, mark seam, select all. Actually, is there that? Really, I want it. Oh. Oh. Nope. Shows away. UV unwrap, but have it respect the dimensions of that. Active. base. Sure there was a way to do it if you've correctly... it doesn't matter too much. What is... the size of that? So, 2... and divided by 179. 1 to 1 5, so I do 100 to 5. Okay, so what I want for this is gonna be black. Then let modify that by see. No, contract. Oh. Leave. Modify contract. Let's contract by 10. Okay, so I'm going to select that. And then, actually, no, I want to do it like that. Then, I want to is layer okay, so we have some warning strike. Above. Okay, must be optical illusion. So save that into user streaming overlay texture. Right. So what we want to do is select all that. Okay, so scale those down. Now got to be back. This one. Oh, hit it. There we go. And then finally, we have this, which does need its own material, because it isn't. We're going to give it just this down. I think that is looking fairly good. So, what we want to do is file and pack resources. So that packs that file into there. And then what we're going to do is file, external data, unpacked resources. Use files in directory. That should save them into there. So what we should be able to do, hopefully, is drag that in. I haven't got my add that, and then I want to install this in. Here's bring up game view. I can. Yes. Need the hollow table so I can. Okay. Get the hollow table as well. Hey. Just switching this here slightly. I just got that. Yeah. Well, I have been working on Coppice earlier. I'll show you. We've been working on some bug fixes. So the next. I'm going to be hopefully putting out release this week, which should fix a few bugs in Coppice that I found over the past few days. And we've also started planning for the next version of Coppice. So we are going to be working on basically improvements to linking in canvases. So you'll be able to hopefully link a page having multiple parents, like links going into it. You'll be able to drag links between pages on a canvas to create links that way, and various other small improvements. But this is for the overlay, which that looks like it is in place. So what I am going to do is, if I hit play on this. No, I need to bring back the table base and screen. So if I hit play, that's that aspect ratio down. So let's drag this down to here. And I am going to lock my controls on here so that I can go here, and then this is looking pretty good. So we have our controls in our ship now. I mean, those speakers, I was going to touch them, but I mean, they look alright, just grey like that. So we still need to do all the screens and everything, but I think in general, this is looking pretty good, if I do say so myself. What do you think in chat? So this stuff doesn't actually do too much at the moment, but some of it will just be textures. An idea I've got for this bit here is it will be a game. It will be a thing where I'll be able to come up and chat will be able to say that I am under attack. And basically, I don't know what game it will be, but I will come up with like a simple game where it will basically be me versus chat, and I have to, like, chat will be able to do certain commands and stuff to throw stuff in the game at me, and I have to try and beat them. And it's a question of, do I get a high score? Does chat get a high score? But yeah, that is for well into the future. I've got a lot of stuff to do before then. But yeah, this looks... I like this. I'm really pleased with how this has turned out. So yes, I am very, very happy. So I think what I am going to do is call the stream there. So let's have a look and see who is on. We have Finite and Afflux. Let's go visit Afflux because he's got fewer viewers. So what we're going to do is go and raid books budgets. So I want to thank you all for coming along. We've got a lot done today. We have managed to fix a bunch of bugs in Coppice, so we should hopefully get a new release out later this week. We've planned out what the next version of Coppice is going to be, and we've done a bit more work on the stream. So I think what I'm going to do is on Wednesday we might do some more Streamline. I may actually just have an evening stream just working on the overlay. Just take a stream off where I can just focus purely on the overlay. So Wednesday at 6 PM UK time we will be doing some stuff on this overlay and building it up. And then as with the new schedule, I'm not going to be streaming on Friday this week. Instead, I'm going to try and do it consistently Saturday, Sunday and Monday, 1 PM UK time, all 3 days, every week. So hopefully, if you can't join me on Wednesday, you'll join me on Saturday at 1 PM, where we'll do some more work on Coppice and start actually implementing some of that, some of the functionality that we've planned out. We may actually do some design work, I'm not sure. There isn't going to be too much in terms of design work that needs doing, so we'll have a think. But I want to thank you all for coming, and happy coding.